Today's date is Wednesday, January 18, 2023. The time is 9:43 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr.
Here.
Mr. Helm.
Here.
Mr. Freitas,
Here.
Mr. Kaleki is on. Mr. Kauku.
Here.
Mr. Namumo. Here. Mr. Nevis.
Aye.
Mr. Turia.
Here.
Chair Anderson.
Yes,
8 members present. We have a quorum.
thank you very much. Members, just wanted to acknowledge two aunties who are joining us here today from Maui. Thank you both so much for being here. Also wanted to ask you, Auntie, if you would please honor us with an opening pule before we start today's meetings. If you could please come forward.
Chair, if I can, I was talking to you earlier, but
Please.
I was sad to read about the passing of Ron Manor. I had come across Ron on occasion. I didn't know him well, but I did have the chance to speak with him on different things. Always came across as a dedicated civil servant, dedicated to his service and his constituents. But was always kind of a gentleman, was always, no matter what the issue, no matter what the situation, was always kind of level-headed, trying to find, some working space where people could come together. So I just want to note, my mahalo and aloha for him, and some aloha for the family as I guess it was unexpected, his passing. So I just want to note that. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gould.
Mahalo.
Would you stand please while we pray?
Yes,
Heavenly Father, we come humbly before you, asking you to search our hearts and our minds. If we said or done anything wrong, Lord God, we ask you for forgiveness and bring healing to this meeting. This morning, we lift up the Menor family, Lord God, at this time. We remember his good works, Lord God, and we ask blessing and peace upon his family. Today, we come before you with our new chair, Lord God, and the commissioners. We ask for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We thank you because today we've come with needs, and we know that we come representing our homesteads and asking petitions that will be heard and that our needs will be carried forward. Bless everyone that is here today. We give you praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Oh, mahalo.
mahalo nui, Auntie. Thank you very much, Commissioner Koupu, for your kind remarks on the recent passing of former Honolulu City Council Chair Ron Manor. I'm very fortunate to have had Ron Manor as a colleague for a number of years, but more importantly, I'm blessed to have been able to call Ron a friend for the years that we served. Members and those gathered here this morning would just like to ask for a moment of silence, please. On behalf of my former colleague who recently passed, Ron Manor, and out of aloha and thanks to his family. Mahalo nui, colleagues. God bless you, Ron, and thank you very much for your service to the people of Hawaii and to your family who graciously shared you with the people that you love so much. Okay, members, we have carryover items. We'll move to item F1, amending the right of entry, Keokaha
Sure.
Paneva Community Alliance.
Point of
Acting
order,
Patty
Mr.
Turia.
Chairman. Yeah, I have a question.
Yes,
and
please, go ahead.
I don't see anything on the agenda when to bring it up, but I think it's proper to bring it up. I'd like to know when this administration move forward, is that when we have concerns as a commissioner and we send emails to you or your staff on a question or an invite or anything that pertains to the HHL, is there a turnaround that you folks get back to us or get back to me? And the reason is that I sent an email out to you and your staff on January 5th. And as a neighborhood board chair in Nanakuli, I asked that one of your department or staff to get back to me, or invite you to our meeting, which was last night. And the reason for that, it was because the Department of Transportation came in with a big proposal to change homestead street signs. And so that affected a lot of homesteaders in our area, which is Pili Lokahi to Pili Lokahe to Princess Kahanu. So there's a lot of homestead property and beneficiaries would be affected. And so we did have an opportunity last night to have Department of Transportation to tell us why they're going to decide to change a lot of these names that are going to affect homesteaders now.
Right.
And I didn't have any response from your department. So before we start this January, I'd like to know what is the process now that when we want something done, do we go to you? Do we go to your staff? How do you want to handle this? Because if I don't get respond, then I assume beneficiaries out there don't get respond. And so I do worry about this because this is for beneficiaries.
All right, thank you very
So
much.
You may not have the answer today, but if you could get back to me, I really appreciate it. What is your protocol? Thank you.
Fair point, Commissioner Turia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For that.
We had a lot of beneficiaries there last night. But nobody from your department could either send me something or come out and even be there to answer these important questions that will affect beneficiaries in Nanakuli, Kelana, Series 7, Princess Kahanu.
Will this be on the agenda, neighborhood board again next month?
No.
Okay.
No. We had a time period with
Was-
DOT.
Was DOT, is DOT
They
ready
were
to respond?
there, yeah, they were there, and I'm not sure if your staff even knows that these name changes are moving forward. And I'm not sure they have a big list. I'm not sure if Waimanalo is on there or some of your streets, so it will affect a lot of beneficiaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Turia. I will also reach out to DOT Director Designate Ed Sniffen.
Yeah.
On this matter. Apologies that we did not get back to you on your email. That is my, Juliana, my
Yeah. Well, now that you
apologies,
have
Commissioner.
a DHHL liaison for beneficiaries, maybe that would be considered properly to go out and help listen to beneficiaries' concerns. Thank you.
Yes. And I will get back to you in writing, Commissioner Turia, also with the staff names and emails that could be copied. That would be helpful.
And I think what it is for beneficiaries is they want to know what is the department's position. And there was a public comment period to DOT of this name changes that will affect a lot of beneficiaries.
Yeah.
When you change the name, they have to change their lease, their IDs, their social security, and the whole shebang. And so these are concerns that beneficiaries in my district, Nanakuli, are very concerned. So what is the department's position? You had a comment period, so I hope that we can work together, move forward in this communication gap
We can.
to look at these concerns from beneficiaries. So thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Turia. Members will move to item F1, amending the right of entry Keaukaha Paneva Community Alliance. Okay. We're here. Mr. Albino, before we move forward with you, I'd like to bring up Auntie Velma and Auntie Janice, please, to come forward.
Aloha Chair Anderson and Commissioners.
Hello.
Velma Mariano, Pakokalo Hawaiian Homestead. I'm the chair and Janice is our treasurer. We'll welcome you, Chair. Good to meet you, and we look forward to working with you as the commissioners has also worked with us. And we pray that we can work together in accordance where we'll be transparent. So at this time, I'd like Janice to present.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Yeah.
The consensus of the Pakokalo Hawaiian Homes community for many years has been that DHHL is far removed, inaccessible, having little or no impact on our community, either positively or negatively. The rundown unusable community center, the park, which is dependent on rain for irrigation, the locked bathrooms affects our community. Now, fast forward to the present, we are hopeful and cautiously optimistic that the money set aside to renovate our community center will become a reality. it will be a vital, well, it is a vital part of our plan to, once again, re-energize our community, bringing back to a vibrancy that it once had. We feel positive changes are in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions, comments on the testimony?
Chair, yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Helm.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, question. You said you had some funds for the improvements of the gym, or is it the community center?
This is, from what I understand, community center, right, Commissioner?
Community center.
Right.
yes.
So there is funds set aside for it already? Is that what?
It's in the budget.
Transfer in the
Okay.
budget.
Okay, that's good news. Thank
It
you
is
very
good
much.
news.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, want to mahalo our staff for
Yes.
their advocacy to insert into the budget the improvements and renovations for the community center.
Yeah.
Right now, we meet on the DHHL patio. We have to bring a generator.
For
We
lights.
tell people come into the meeting, bring your own chair.
Yeah, so that kind of is a downer. A lot of people don't want to bring their chairs.
So that's why we have a further.
So,
Please
Anyway.
proceed, Commissioner Helm.
yeah. At one time, as you know, the county was maintaining the park and the facility. So I know we have a new Maui County administration. I'm not sure if you folks feel that, it's a possibility of having the county come back to maintain that park, at least that park, because when they maintain it, it was really, nice. So I'm not sure if you guys have that in mind, but, because it's hard for volunteers to come out and maintain that park. But I could understand maybe your association would want to, be part of the management and maintenance of the community center and maybe the gym, the outdoor gym. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, if I could just weigh in on that. Good questions. So Velma, Gracie, as you know, this has been a back and forth issue. So for many years, that park was under the maintenance of the County of Maui. And then during the Arakawa administration, when the license was up for renewal, the then County Parks Director decided not to renew it. And so ever since then, the association has tried to maintain the park voluntarily. My position continues to be, it's such a big kuleana. We should negotiate with the county to return that task back to the county. We do have a new mayor, and those discussions will be occurring within the next few months. Unless you guys object to it, but I do think that's the right
Yeah.
strategy. Okay, mahalo.
One thing I want to let you know that in taking care of the park, DHHL had Kalima come in and help. And so when we talked about redoing the park, they said to keep Kalima on. And I believe they would take care of it because there are people that need help in getting jobs. So that was a plus. They took care of the maintaining, and they also had a group taking care of the bathroom way back when we
Okay,
had that, when we
so
had it,
so what we can do is we can
the partnership.
set up the right partnership
Yeah.
that benefits everyone. And then the other thing that has come up is the irrigation system
Yeah.
that needs to be replaced. So that's another project in motion. So
And the
we just
rest.
keep talking story till we get to where we need to be. Okay,
I'll be
mahalo.
here every month.
Yeah, get used to these faces. You're gonna zoom a lot.
Thank you, thank you.
Mahalo.
And Development Judge, thank you very much. Commissioner Awo, did you have any additional comments about moving forward with the recommendation of the testifiers or their requests?
No additional comments. I do support the continuation of including in the budget to meet some of the objectives the association is asking us to do.
So noted your support. Thank you very much. Yeah. And members, any further discussion? If not, staff, please come forward. Good morning. Please state your name for the record and offer your remarks.
Aloha kakayaka,
Aloha.
Commissioners, Kana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. We have our carryover item number F1, that LMD is recommending a motion for the Hawaiian Homes Commission to grant its approval to amend right of entry permit number 482. As delineated in Exhibit A, issued to Keaukahapaneva Community Alliance, covering a combined total of Hawaiian homelands identified by tax map key number Island of Hawaii 21025-091. Again, delineated more specifically on Exhibit B attached, consisting of a combined land area of 10.633 acres, more or less, of Hawaiian homeland situated in Waikea, South Hilo, for the purpose of conducting due diligence studies, including but not limited to project master plan, business plan, and related Chapter 343 HRS compliance requirements and Chapter 60 HRS compliance requirements for the subject parcel in its entirety, and to retain its existing farmers market operation and agricultural use operation, subject to the conditions as noted.
Thank you very much, members. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion,
So move, I want to support this, so move to support the recommendation motion that we support the ROE permit for Kanaeva.
thank you. Moved by Commissioner
Community.
Teruya. Do I have a second? Second. Been seconded by Commissioner Helm. Members, any discussion on the motion? If
Chair.
not,
Chair,
Yes,
I have,
Commissioner Cope.
I know that Commissioner Kalekini is not here right now. He had some legislative duties this
Mhm.
morning he had to go attend to, but he plans to be here later this morning. I know this matter is important to him, and he has been working with this group and is in communication and has remained in communication. If it's not improper, I was gonna ask if we could hold off on the vote until Commissioner is here this morning, because I think it would be meaningful to him to be part of this action. Is that procedurally, is that okay? To hold off on the vote?
If members are okay with that,
We're
Yeah,
fine.
we can defer till he gets back.
okay.
I agree. Mahalo,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Commissioner Teruya, could you withdraw your motion?
I'd like to just defer this item until he gets back.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, members, without objection, we will defer decision-making on this item until Commissioner Kalekini's arrival.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Mahalo, Kana.
Thank you, Kana. Okay, members, we'll move to the G1 report on USDA water system development. Staff, please come forward. Aloha, good morning.
Good morning. Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1 is for information only briefing to the Commission. The briefing is on the United States Department of Agriculture federal funds for water. With me today, I have our department's grant specialist, Gigi Kairal. Among the many responsibilities that she has with the department, one of them is ensuring that the department is compliant with all federal requirements related to the USDA funds that we receive. So I will pass the presentation over to Gigi.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Also, Happy New Year, the first meeting of the year. My name is Gigi Kyrell. I'm the grant specialist in the planning office, and I manage the department's community grants program. Today, I'm actually here wearing my volunteer hat for the water system, water utility systems that the department owns, and lending my expertise for this matter. We have a staff team currently, which was created by last administration. So we are all working together to coordinate the management and operations of the department's water utility systems. A formal proposal was made to the chair back in 2018 to create a water division, and it is still pending. Since serving as the volunteer coordinator for the acting water division for almost 2 years now, I'm very humbled and in awe by our staff and our divisions, specifically land development, homestead services, the district offices. Of special note is IT and fiscal office. They are tremendous staff who are dedicated and want to do the right thing to ensure that our department water utility systems are operating and we are protecting the public health and safety. With very little resources and tools, very minimal training and staff shortages, miraculously, our staff have managed and operated the water utility systems to the best of their abilities and keeping us out of Department of Health violations. And just to note, we had years of the Department of Health violations. And at the time, fortunately, we had staff expertise, and it took us many years to get out of those violations and get clearance. And we'd like to keep it that way. So bottom line, as you folks know, in any programs and initiatives that the department takes on, it takes leadership, good communications, and trust to best manage our asset, which is water. Since 2008, my role has been to obtain federal funds, of which over $45 million for department water and sewer projects were brought in. As a condition of those funds, the department is required to demonstrate technical, managerial, and financial capacity to manage these systems on a sound business plan. And through the years, we learned a lot. We learned how decentralized the department is, involving 3 divisions and 3 district offices. We cleared the Department of Health violations. We need to work on preventive maintenance, planning, and budgeting for the future. Next slide. In 2014, the department, the commission adopted a water policy plan, copies of which are included in your packet for convenience. In that policy plan, this is the stated vision that the commission adopted, that there will be adequate amounts of water and supporting infrastructure so that homestead lands will always be usable and accessible. Next slide. Water is an important trust asset. And as the department and the commission, we are the owners of these utility systems. We're responsible to provide access to clean, safe drinking water for the purpose of public health and safety. Next slide. So the purpose of the briefing today is to provide an update and summary of the federal funds and the status, and also to just briefly cover the overview of the technical, managerial, financial capacity that is required by the federal funds. Next slide. So sorry about the slide here, but this is table 3 on page 5. It's a complete list of the USDA federal funds for department water and sewer projects since 2005. As you note on the table, the top part of the table are funds that came directly to the department. The second half of the table are funds that were awarded to a nonprofit partner we had at the time, Nakupa'a o Kuhio. So as mentioned earlier, in total, we were able to access over $45 million in USDA federal funds. We have 3 projects currently open, which are the department's direct projects, the Ho'olehua Improvements Project, Anahola Improvements Project, and Lai'iapua Village 4, water, wastewater, and stormwater. Next slide. So from 2016 to 2018, the department directly accessed $30 million, impacting 725 lots. Major capital improvements to the department's existing systems, as well as new construction for infrastructure for 125 new residential lots in Lai'iopua. Earlier, from 2005 to 2011, we had our partnership with Nakupa'a o Kuhio. During that time, we accessed $15 million in federal funds, and that was all for new construction for water and wastewater infrastructure for a total of 266 new residential lots in Kakaina, Waimanalo, Pi'ilani Maikekai, Anahola, and East Kapolei, the new Ka'ulu o Ka'ahi homestead. Next slide. Just again, because of the federal funds, we are required to provide a training to the commission, our governing body, on the basics of a water system. So this is just a basic schematic. Many of you have actually toured our systems and are familiar. And water may be basic, but it sure isn't simple. You know, it involves source development, treatment of the water to drinking water standards, storage, and then distribution so that homesteaders can have access directly into their homes through their kitchen sinks and bathrooms. So it's really the service of delivering water to the homestead lots. It's the operation side of water systems that is where we do need to recover our costs. Next slide. Overall, the department currently owns 4 water systems statewide, serving less than 1,000 beneficiaries. We are expecting 2 more on the way. There is a new water system being constructed in Ka'u on the Big Island. And then the second one is Honokaia, also on the Big Island. The department's water systems by industry standard is considered very small systems because we do serve only less than 1,000 customers. Next slide. So just a couple of pictures. This is one of our well sites in Ho'olehua. Ho'olehua and Anahola water systems both have excellent water quality coming out of the ground through our wells. So really the issue there is about quantity, the amount. Next slide. Just another photo of another one of our well sites. Next slide. And this is the top of our oldest component. These are the concrete tanks in Ho'olehua. We have 2 concrete tanks, 3.5 million gallons each. Those were built by the military back in the 1930s. So our Ho'olehua water system is over 80 years old. Next slide. Oh, the good news slide. So the good news is, as I mentioned before, our water source for Ho'olehua and Anahola, water source quality is excellent. Quantity is an issue. DHHO water systems, all 4 of them do meet federal and state water quality standards. We have cleared Department of Health violations, and we want to keep it that way. The department has incredibly dedicated staff who want to do the right thing. And I have to give a shout out, particularly to the Molokai Ho'olehua water system staff, Michelle, Elroy, Alicia, all of them. You know, they go beyond the duty of their call to maintain these systems. They worry about them 24 hours a day. And, you know, they're highly dedicated to their job and want to do the right thing. As a plus, the Ho'olehua water operators are all beneficiaries, providing skill building and local job opportunities. And we'd like to continue that. We've obtained over $45 million in federal funds to make improvements. We also passed the water admin rules. Thank you to Commission for the new admin rules, which went into effect 2021. With that, we also increased the water rates, which is not a popular thing to do. It was a courageous thing to do for this by this commission. Next slide. And I'll just run very quickly. This is again the requirement for the federal funds called technical managerial financial capacity. Next slide. First is technical. That's basically the utility operations. We need to make sure we always have certified operators that are certified by Department of Health 24/7 for coverage, that we're properly treating the water, and we're delivering safe, clean drinking water to our beneficiaries and the general public at large. Next slide. Managerial, this has to do with our internal structure. And as I mentioned, this is what a typical water system department would look like. This is very similar to what the county water departments look like. We don't have this at the department. Water system management and operations is split up in 3 different divisions and 3 different offices. And as mentioned earlier, staff proposal was made in 2018 for the creation of a water division, and that proposal is still pending. Next slide. Lastly is financial, and as we all know, for our fiduciary responsibilities, as you as trustees, as well as us as department staff, financial management of our water systems is critical. Currently, from our last study, the water systems, the trust is subsidizing by almost $2 million a year. And that $2 million can go towards 8 to 10 lots, new lots. So that's a choice, for the commission of how to best manage our limited trust funds. And again, these systems are only serving less than 1,000 beneficiaries, but we are highly subsidizing them. We also want to be careful in balancing the water rates. We don't want to raise them too high where they then become unaffordable for our customers. So it is a delicate balance we have to keep looking at. Next slide. And this is just a FYI of what I get asked this question a lot. Why does it cost us money for our water systems? We have to have operators, they have to be certified, they have to be properly trained. There is treatment, so we have to buy the chemicals, we have to service the lines. Those are all typical expenses of any water system, large or small. As a small water system, we're at a big disadvantage, right? Because we don't have enough of a customer base to spread the costs. Thus the trust subsidy. So just in conclusion, these are critical improvements, and Commission has heard this before. We do this presentation every couple of years. Again, our biggest challenge is we're operating in a highly decentralized structure. Planning office stepped up as the coordinator to bring together the divisions. The other issue is financial sustainability for our systems. So again, the suggested improvements are moving towards a central water division with water staff dedicated and with expertise to run these systems. On the financial side, implementing the commission policy on enterprise accounting. We particularly need that in order to show our accountability for the federal funds. And of course, improving our data integrity for our water systems. And what I mean by that is the pumping records from our well pumps, the consumption, the usage by our customers. We do need to get better at the integrity of those data sets. That's it. I tried to keep it short.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Howell.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Gigi and Andrew. Great presentation. Is there a possibility that if I could get an update on the current improvement at Hollywood water system with Goodfellows?
Yes. sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart.
Aloha Chair and Commissioner Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. So at Polehua, out of the approximately $32 million project, we've expended approximately $20 million. And the good news there is that we received from USDA $7.4 million on the loan, and then we're starting to receive about close to $2 million on the grant funds. In terms of the physical progress, we are about 75% complete, but the next 25% is really critical. It would be the remediation of the two 3.5 million gallon tanks. And so what we've done is we've drained one of the tanks, and contractors now going into, they need to do some scraping and recoating of the interior of the tanks. The tanks are like over 50 years old. Nobody's ever gone in that tank. And so we're, it's like kind of a mystery when we go in. So there's things that have to be done so that it lasts another 50 years. So that's work that is ongoing. We're completing that Momomi Avenue work along Malia Greenie's lot. And so we are informing her about the boundaries, and contractor plans to start at the beginning of February or beginning of March, I think by that time.
Stuart, what about the paving of the road going up to the tanks? Where is that happening?
The road going up to that is the what we call Site 4. And so that will start the beginning part of March. Okay, so I know that that's been a long time coming, and we have some issues to communicate with adjoining lessee.
And what's the status on that new tank that you're building next to the aquifer?
The new tank is the materials are en route to Molokai, stainless steel tank. So we're trying to put a tracker on it, and I believe it's gonna land in about the middle of February. So that would be start construction middle of February to end of February. And it's gonna take, I think, about a couple of months to complete. So that's important. We're also looking at new booster pumps at Site 1. Okay, when we opened up the cans, they're not in good shape, and so rather than try to fix it, we're gonna replace it. Okay.
So
and then
go ahead.
And then the last big item is the new base yard and the building. So that is that's starting construction with the installation of a new septic tank system.
So that is phase 4 or 5 for the building.
The building is what's called Site 7. Yeah.
So while this is going on, are we still applying for more funding through USDA, or that's it? Is there more opportunities for more funding?
Not that I am aware of. Until there's a need and it's, vetted through the department, then I can be tasked to prepare additional funding applications. But at this point, I believe for Ho'olehua, we pretty much have funding in place to complete the project.
Yeah, the reason I ask is Naiva, which is by the airport.
Yes.
I know it's Is that gonna come under CIP, Stuart, at infrastructure at Nahiva?
Yes, so at the Naiva subdivision, which is slightly east of the Ho'olehua Airport. Is for the commissioner's information on the location. Yeah, so we're in the draft EA process, and we have budgeted in CIP funds the construction for that subdivision. There's a water system that's already installed in the roadways. The roads are not paved. There's a lot of issues with drainage. And so these are things that we're gonna be focusing on the construction of Naiva. So that there's approximately, I think, 25 million that's in the budget right now that from previously appropriated CIP, general obligation bond funds.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you very much for the update. Chair, may I ask a couple questions? Thank you, Gigi. And I just want to note that you mentioned a number of times this morning, and you mentioned a number of times in the past, the request to put all of this activity together under centralized management. And the commission has acknowledged the importance of water for our beneficiaries, culturally, the importance of the water as a resource. So with new administration, hopefully we can move forward on some of these proposals. But I wanted to ask, we always hear about these open positions or requests that have gone into for positions. And the chair is before the ledge trying to defend some of those requests. But are some of those positions that are requested specifically for this water department or water, this group that you want to formulate to administer all the different water activity?
Unfortunately, no. My understanding of the process is we have to formally establish the water division first. And as I mentioned, the proposal has been pending at Office of the Chair since 2018. Prior administrations have not taken action. So the division has to be formally established. Then the positions can be identified to create that division. That's my understanding.
So, and do you offhand know how many positions that would be?
Yes, I prepared the organizational structure chart, the proposed organizational structure chart, and the positions. The HR staff at the time in 2018 identified positions at that time. So I don't quote me, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
I think it was between 8 to 10
positions.
Yeah, Department of Health in 2018 has highly recommended that our Ho'olehua water system have 4 full-time operators, certified operators. We only have 2. Okay, so the guys, as much as they work hard 24/7, we have to have operators 24/7 for public health and safety. They're running double time because that's a system that needs 4 operators and we only have 2. So I know, bulk of the structure of the new division, at least 4 to 6 are just operators alone.
So, and we've heard the justification out, and I believe you. I think we all believe you, but that those 8 to 10 positions are on top of whatever chair is defending before the ledge currently, as far as these funded, unfunded, open positions that the department needs to catch up with all of its backlog of work. I believe so, but
I think we need to circle back with our administrative services office to
Okay.
clarify what those.
and then just so part of the decentralized management. So Stewart and LMD, they build the new systems, they maintain and repair the existing systems. No.
Right.
Or
So land development constructs the new water sewer systems. Molokai, direct personnel, employees, beneficiaries operate the Holehua water system.
right, the operation.
Yeah, all the other ones are operated under contract, which are under land development. So it takes the three of us, planning office, land development, and Juan Homestead Services. The three of us have been holding this boat together, to manage and oversee.
But
all of
not the
everything.
day-to-day operation, but the repair and maintenance is executed by,
It's split. So Holehua takes care of their repair and maintenance,
okay,
and then Stewart handles the three smaller water systems. It's split.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the work of Dr. Scheuer that, and he's, the advocacy and the Water Commission, and, I think he's clearly an asset to this department. His work falls under this kind of group.
His work falls under the planning office. In my mind, there's two main things to Department of Hawaiian Homelands Water. There's the right to access the water, which is what Dr. Scheuer helps the department with. So he advocates to get the department the right to use the water. And then the second main topic is what Gigi just went over, is the
Right.
operations. Once we get the right to use the water,
Using the water.
and making sure that the systems that we utilize to deliver water to our beneficiaries are working efficiently and effectively.
So in this proposal for centralized, pull all the pieces together, does Dr. Scheuer's advocacy, his planning side, does that get pulled into under this umbrella of the water department?
Gigi, correct me if I'm wrong, but the water advocacy side would not be in the water branch proposal. The water branch would primarily be looking at the water system operations. The water advocacy side would remain with the planning office. Related to Dr. Scheuer's work, one of the positions that is vacant that we are actively trying to recruit for is a water resource specialist. But in the interim, Dr. Scheuer has really helped the department as we have that vacancy and looking to fill it.
So the proposed water division is mainly for the management of the utility systems for protection of public health and safety. Because we're not a full-blown water department and we don't have the customer base, it's always going to be small. So on the organizational chart that staff proposed, it also has sort of these dotted lines that at the time we need Dr. Scheuer, we'll borrow him from planning office. At the time we need Stewart's engineers, we will borrow, for the time. But the water division is going to be so small, there's not enough work for a full-time engineer, for example. But because they're embedded in the other divisions, we will borrow and share. The main focus for the water division is we need a manager. There's no central line of authority. People are coming to me for decisions. I'm not even a supervisor. So kind of awkward. I've been in very awkward positions. So we need a manager that oversees these functions, keeping our systems running safely for the people. We need the core group of operators, and we also need the billing staff. Right now, every district office is handling customer billing, and we struggle with getting the bills out on time. And because of that, we have made many mistakes. So it's affecting our customer satisfaction. But like I said, the three of us, myself, Stuart and Juan, we meet monthly with the entire team, get everything out on the table to try and resolve issues. But this has just been a temporary fix. Yeah.
So Chair, if I could, I know you get
Please continue.
hundreds of thousands of things that you're trying to take care of right now, having come on as the chair and the director, but I know from your background with the city, these kind of basic services, we got to keep up with this, and we've all acknowledged, the commission has acknowledged the importance of the water and the water systems and the resource. So I think, well, I just want to add my 2 cents that I think it would be who the new administration to kind of take this up, because if we get back to when we were having violations, and I mean, they worked hard to pull us out of that puka. But I think what Gigi kind of politely says is we're on the cusp of falling back in the puka if we don't pay attention to some of this stuff. So just want to add my support to their request, which has been pending for a long time, to kind of organize and make it more efficient so that they can all do their job.
Thank you,
Mahalo.
Commissioner. Commissioner Nevis.
Sure.
Yes.
First of all, Gigi, thank you for your volunteerism on the other side of the world. I know you're in the grant side and you've sort of been, taking hold of it. I agree, as a user of the system, and I'm sure Zach can chime in as well, it's fractured as to from the user side. You got billing coming from HSD who says, we don't do water, but we do the billing. So when you ask them a question about billing, I'm not sure. You look at our administrative rules we just set forth, the terminology doesn't make sense. So people try to read, oh, what do you mean it's 80,000? I use 80,000 gallons. It's just, we need to make it user friendly, but I agree. We need to have a central source to do this function. And as you said, because they're small systems, if we need an engineer, we can go to engineering. If we need a little planning, then we go to planning, but there's got to be a central source so beneficiaries can come back and get a real answer in real time. I had one other question is you mentioned on the Holy Hua and Anahola system, there's quantity as an issue. What did you mean by that? Quantity?
So in Ho'olehua, we do have a limit as to how much we can pump out of the ground.
I see.
Yeah, and last year, or year before, a CWRM did approve an increase. But given the number of lots coming up in the short term, we're revisiting to see if we need to go back for another allocation, increase.
Okay,
in allocation.
but that's not the issue in Anahola.
I think in Anahola.
I think Anahola's okay.
Stuart's more familiar.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. So in Anahola, we do not have a source quantity issue.
Yeah.
We do, however, we have only one well, one pump. We do have an interconnection agreement with the County of Kauai.
Yes.
As a backup if the pump goes down. And that happened about a year ago when we relied on the County of Kauai Department of Water backup or the interconnection to be able to continue service at Anahola. So that will be, I think, one of our future requests to dig a new well in that area to serve as a backup. So, for the long term.
Okay. One other thing is, we talk about the subsidy, and I understand, we have small systems. And we had this discussion before, but my concern is outside of rate increases, what can we do to reduce the subsidy? My thought process is tying some of that well into areas that we can generate revenue. But at the same time, Olehua, you got to be careful because we have a quantity issue. I don't want to put Anahola in now to a quantity issue, but I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the balance to reduce the subsidy, at least in the Anahola system. I can't speak for Olehua because Olehua may have quantity issues.
Yeah, so a couple, thank you, Commissioner. So a couple of things, you know, as you all know, even with the department's budget, you know, the only way to balance the budget is, right, reduce expenses or increase revenue. So in water system world, you know, increased revenue includes obviously raising rates, right? But we want to be very careful that they not be unaffordable for our customers. So we did do a rate increase in 2018. It was a 10-year phased approach. So that'll help. The good news for Holehua is we do have non-beneficiaries on that system, the schools, the airports, private businesses. And when we did the cost study, we took out the trust subsidy. So the commercial businesses are paying full rate, market rate for the water service. So that's helped kind of balance things. We also got to look at the operational efficiencies. So I'm very anxious for my partner, Land Development, to get to the finish line. Anahola is almost there with the construction. So that will greatly increase our efficiencies. These are very old systems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the finishing the construction will greatly increase the efficiency of the operations. So we'll see some reduction in the operational expenses.
Right. And then, so I guess to my question initially on reducing the subsidy, then in Holehua, what is the subsidy for the Holehua system? How much of that revenue takes care of that subsidy? You know?
Quite a bit, because we have this
Okay.
commercial business.
So maybe that's what we need to look at for Anahola is, you know, is
Yeah.
there somewhere either through the county feeding some of that through the interconnection if they need it to try to reduce that subsidy other than raise rates on the backs of beneficiaries. Yeah. So anyway, Chair, I totally support the formation of a division to handle this because from a user's perspective, as you try to get answers, you can see that what we've tried to put together is sort of a mishmash. Hey, folks, can you help me? Can you do this? So you got 10 people that you have to get an answer from. And a lot of times, you know, some of, you know, thankful for what you do, but like Jesus says, you know, I don't have that answer. I'm working on grants and I'm trying to keep this thing together. So I think this is important for the beneficiaries to put together a division that actually handles that. They would handle all the contracts, handle all the billings, all the billing questions. That staff is really important moving forward. It's not going to go away.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. And apologies if this came up, but I just want to ask these direct questions just so we have them on the record. How many total customers would the water division serve?
About 900 customers,
Across all islands?
all 4 systems across the state.
Okay. And all islands? Or not
We only
necessarily
have
all
4
islands?
water systems, so
Okay.
2 on the Big Island, Molokai, 1 on Molokai and 1 on Anahola.
And then you mentioned 2 being built.
Oh, yes, 2
Yeah.
more coming, which are Big Island.
Okay, so 900 customers. Okay, and I'm sorry, how many wells did you say again? On Hawaii, on Kauai, we have,
1 well. And Holehua, we have two wells.
so
Groundwater.
Molokai 2,
Yes.
Hawaii Island would be total,
So Hawaii Island, the Kauai, which serves Kailapa Homestead, their water source comes from Kohala Ranch Water System.
right?
It's a private water system. That's the source. And then Pu'ukapu comes from the county
Okay,
Department of Water
so you were
Supply.
looking at 2 of our own? So are we looking at to develop 2 of our own? Is that what you're? Just want to make sure we're clear.
In Kauai, the department conducted a feasibility study of water source options in 2015. One of those options was to look at developing an existing well on our property. The water delivery issue with that well is that the salinity level in that well is higher. The water is salty. The department gave a grant to the Kailapa Community Association last fiscal year to investigate the feasibility of potentially treating that water to address the salinity. So they're in the process of going through their feasibility study to see if that becomes a viable option.
So that's still Kauai 1 well, Molokai, how many wells?
2,
Okay, Hawaii Island, how many?
0 currently.
But
The
we're
water
proposing to do how many? 0 currently, but 2 eventually?
Not, well, Kauai High, that might be a possibility in the future. We just have to look at the studies for the Pu'ukapu water system that is currently provided by county water. So it comes from a county well.
Would this water division still service anything in regards to those private wells on Hawaii Island?
The so when the department, the water systems for Kauai High,
Mhm.
once the water leaves the private system or the county system and enters onto Hawaiian Homeland's water infrastructure, that's the part of the system that the department maintains. It's the storage tanks and the transmission lines. So those 2 components of the water system. As Gigi had alluded to in her presentation, there are 3 primary components of a water system: the source, the well, storage, and transmission. But for Kauai High and Pu'ukapu, we just have the 2 components, the transmission and the
Okay,
storage.
so Hawaii Island, no wells, but the two private wells have water that enters our property that our water division would service.
Correct.
Okay. And how many staff did you say, including the water manager, we would need?
I'd have to go back to my notes, but I believe we had proposed in the organizational chart 8 to 10, I want to say, but I can double check that one.
Does that include the manager?
Yes.
And what's the dollar amount request at this point for that?
I don't think we got that far as the budget for the new water division.
Chair.
Yes,
So Gigi, in that number 8 to 10, does that include the operators in Holihua?
Yes,
Was that part of that number
it would
already?
include the 4 that Department of Health continues to recommend.
Okay.
It would, the good thing also is we would have on-staff operators for Anahola and Big Island. Those are being contracted. If we bring them in as employees, as beneficiaries, give them job skills, right? Then they will get paid out of general fund. So we can get them off the customer rates. Because right now they're in contracts. That's coming out of the customer rates. I can't get that rate down.
Right.
Okay, so the other thing about, just as a side note, water system operators is a highly sought after skill. The counties have gone through tremendous retirement. And so they are looking, right? So they're recruiting heavily from the mainland.
Right.
Okay, we have beneficiaries. These are good jobs and you can go anywhere. I would hope they stay with Hawaiian Homes. But it'll give them local jobs. They'll stay home, and make good money.
Yeah.
Okay, the counties are offering premium salaries and benefits.
So I guess my point is that because we already have 2 operators in Holihua, we're really looking between 6 to 8
Yes.
additional heads.
Yeah, and the other thing I also wanted to mention, I get excited about beneficiaries. We are fortunate to have a certified level 2 system, which is Holehua, and a certified level 1 system, Anaho and Kauai High. If we have our beneficiary training program for jobs building, we can get them all cross-trained, okay? Get them to that certification level 2.
Right.
Because we have both levels.
Right.
And you need OJT to move up the levels.
Sure.
We can do all that in-house.
so Gigi, who's currently doing this work right now?
Holihua.
Which,
The work that the water division that you envision would do? Who's doing it right now?
me, Stuart, Juan.
I'm
In
sorry?
our side jobs.
You, Stuart, and who?
Juan Homestead
Juan.
Services and
Okay.
each district, we got Erna, Elroy and Jim DuPont.
Okay, so you have,
I mean, we're struggling.
so all of you, so say you 5 people are multitasking your
Yeah.
existing day-to-day jobs with doing the work of this division that you're trying to stand up that would take 8 to 10 employees, including a manager to do?
including managing the $30 million of federal funds.
Okay. Can you tell us, if you know, what is the approximate salary of a water manager?
Oh, my guess would be, it would be like, at the administrator's level.
That's our 24.
Stuart, would you have a guess?
Give us a dollar amount.
That would be.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll work with ASO and get back. We
Okay.
can get.
And
back
have
to you.
we made these, have you folks made these requests already or not yet? This is the first
Well, a
time.
proposal was made with, HR provided us with a checklist of what goes in the packet to
Okay.
create a division. And so a proposal was made in 2018 with that administration. And it's been pending, and we did check in again with last administration. Last administration then allowed us to just do this, temporary fix. No
Mhm.
action was taken. So
So you're here asking us to
this,
take
this would
action
be
now.
the third administration.
So you're here asking us to take action
Well,
on
I do this
now.
every year. I'm required to do this by the federal funds. You know, because we need to per the federal funds, we have to show we're operating on a sound business plan. You know,
Okay.
and right now, like I said, we're kind of patching up the boat, right? The next move would be a central water division.
So would these positions have to be on the respective islands where the wells are located, or is this something that
The-
could be done
Yeah,
from Oahu?
actually, the original concept by the two prior administrations, the original concept was Molokai is our largest system. It serves 600 customers. That we would site the water division there.
Is that the plan then? Just like the water division there? Was that the plan then?
Yeah, that was the original concept that the administration at the time approved.
Okay,
Yeah, but the operators have to be on island. Because they got to service 24/7. Now, the billing staff, we did make movement on the billing staff. We did hire the second clerk. So the concept has been, once we get 2 full-time billing staff, which they're both currently based on Molokai, and they are filled with 2 excellent staff, that they would then take on the billing of all others.
so you have 2 staff on Molokai. Right now?
But that trend, so the staff are there, but the transition to assume Anahola and the Big Island, that had not happened.
But you have staff on
The
Molokai.
staff are there right now.
Okay, so is that part of the 8 to 10
Yes.
positions that
Yeah,
included?
yeah,
Sure.
2 billing staff clerk. I think we had 6 to 8 operators, a manager and a program specialist, something like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that I understand. So you said 8 to 10 positions is what you need to do
In
this.
total. yeah.
Okay, so how many of those 8 to 10 are filled right now?
Got the 2 billing clerks and the 2 operators, Juan? Yeah, 2 operators,
So you have 3
So-
right now.
4, there's
Okay,
4.
so you have 4 right now, so you need another 4 to 6.
Yeah.
So you need another 4 to 6. Okay, and how quickly do you envision this could get stood up if the commission supported it?
My understanding in prior reorganizations, I know 2 divisions completed their reorganizations. The fastest, I believe, was 18 months. Yeah, 18 months.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Commissioner
thank you.
Sal.
Yeah, Gigi, currently we have David and Elroy, okay? Certified operators for the system. Do we have a vacant position on Molokai, like a labor position that's not filled, or do you have a vacant position as we speak right now? for
Um,
Molokai? Like a
I'd
labor-
have to defer to Juan. He's the supervisor. Juan, I believe there was another helper position being created, a water position
Well,
created
it hasn't been created?
after Kamakana. Isn't there one more?
No, we're trying to, again, that's part of the ask. A water helper that was previously a defunded position was recently funded.
Okay.
And we recently filled that position with an existing general labor with the Molokai
Okay,
staff.
so that person moved up to that position.
That is correct.
Okay, so you have a vacancy then?
We
Currently?
don't have a position
Okay,
that's vacant. We need to create the positions
no,
by
but you said within in-house, you move somebody to that position, right? Is that what you said?
So the position that's vacant is a general labor, not with the waters.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, is that position gonna be filled soon?
Yes, we're working on
Okay.
that being filled.
Yeah, the only reason I bring this up, yeah, because we only got two operators and they shared this issue with me. If one goes on vacation, when one gets sick, we might be in deep trouble, you
That
know, so.
is, you are correct, Commissioner. Being that the two, well, we have one worker, which is Elroy. And David is a helper, and we have another helper that was recently filled by Namakana. We are fortunate that the water workers are beneficiaries. They live on Homestead. To your point, because they are homesteaders, they have a lot of family that are homestead, so they feel obligated to make certain that the water system is functioning 100%. And you're correct, they don't feel comfortable taking vacation or time off away from the water system because they have family members calling them 24/7 when there's any problems. So that's exponentially, we need more, and that's why we need the water division so that certain individuals can take time off and rest.
Yeah, Juan, I'm really concerned about now, today, not a year from now, not 2 years from now. Because it's a very delicate situation, you know, like I say. And what you don't want is these guys to get burnt out and then they're gonna get
Yes.
sick because they gotta work 24/7 or be available 24/7. So Chair, I do hope you could, you know, try to get these positions filled because Juan just mentioned that there's a helper position that's already funded. Is that correct?
It was defunded, was recently
then-
funded, but we filled it with an
Okay.
existing labor position
Okay.
who moved into that helper position. But there is no other water position to fill. We need to create that by way of this water division that
So
Gigi,
that helper, is that helper gonna get the same training as the operators? The
yes,
certification?
yes.
Well, that'll be a big help because that person can be the backup.
In fact, we currently have a labor position, a labor worker that has already received a level 1
That's good to know.
certification.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, just,
Members, any further discussion?
one more
Commissioner
question.
Coe, yes.
And all you guys, I hope you guys encouraged like I am to see Chair like doing all busy work because he's taking notes and I want to make
Trying.
sure he has the right number.
Trying.
Yeah. So the 900 customers, that's the current number, right? With 4 systems. With the 2 new systems coming online, what's the projected customer increase on top of the 900?
I think we're at the beginning, probably maybe 100.
100 more with the 2 new
Those
systems.
are very small, even
Okay.
smaller systems.
And then we talked about, 8 positions or maybe a little bit more, but that already takes into account these 2 new systems.
Yeah,
Okay,
the good news is the 2 coming online, they are not regulated systems. So we don't need as intense staff for those. They're stock water ag systems.
okay.
Yeah.
Mahalo.
Yes, Stuart, you have some additional
Okay,
information?
so just to allay the fears for the current staff and if something should happen and all of that. We can always go out and procure operators like we do at Anahola and in Kauai High. So that we can do.
We have people in those
immediately.
locales who are qualified to do this work, is what you're telling us.
Yeah, in fact, we do
Great.
have Purell in
Great.
Kauai High.
Okay.
We have aqua engineers in Anahola.
Private companies?
And yes.
So
and
we contract with them.
We could deploy them to Molokai if needed.
Okay. And
and
can you explain
use
to the
their
commission how we would do
services.
that? Can you explain to the commission, could we have the beneficiaries watching as well? How would, how
Right,
we would do
so,
that?
we could put out a new procurement for operators to supplement Molokai on a, on-call basis. We also have a contract with PEM who does, that's Pacific Hydromechanical, Electromechanical, that provides.
And what's been the
backup.
usual amount of time that it takes between us putting out requests for proposals or qualifications and having someone starting actual work? What's the
That's
usual
like,
timeframe?
that's roughly anywhere from like a 3 to 6 month.
Can we do it faster?
But we have like aqua engineers who services Anahola, and we could look to see if we can expand their scope on an emergency basis.
But staff is asking us to actually stand up a division is what I'm hearing. So
Right,
would
right.
it be best to do that or to contract?
I
What's more
think that
efficient?
that's a long term, because just going through the DHERD process to hire that's the challenge.
So these would be civil servants.
I believe that's what we're looking for, right?
Could we start them as exempt positions and then move the positions into civil servants after the exempt positions?
Yeah, and I think we would have to, work with HR on that. But that's still, to establish those positions and all of that is, my understanding is it's a long haul. So I'm just suggesting that in the interim, so that Molokai Commissioner Helm there is, and the staff there have a sense that they have some backup that we can look to supplementing with private.
Okay. Now that we have a
operator
handle on
contracts.
what's going on with the commission support, then we'll move forward. But thank you very much, staff.
So we currently have on contract, a contractor on island, excellent contractor for Molokai. So their scope was recently expanded
Okay.
to be the backup for 24/7.
Okay.
Okay. I believe that contract is going to be ending in a year or two. So we need to start looking at supplementing, that contract.
Can you let staff know when it's going to end? Can you find out?
Yes,
Let
I
us
can
know
get the exact
specifically
date.
when it will end?
Yes, I
That'll
can get
help.
the exact date. And then, as I mentioned earlier on the financial side, the more we use contracts, which we currently are doing, okay, that gets paid out of the customer rates, like Commissioner Nevis knows. Okay, if we convert them to employees, personnel is a large cost in our water systems. If we can convert those contracts into personnel, Nevis is agreeing,
Correct.
they get off of the rates. We reduce our costs.
So by having our own, excuse me, we're having our own employees, because the actual cost of the employee is, doesn't come directly out of our funds. It'll help us stabilize and reduce the rates that we offer to our beneficiaries. I just want to make another note is that, in Anahola, our system, we because we rebuilt the system and put in booster pumps as we know, we still have over, I think, 100 acres of ag land that we can add users, which would help soften that subsidy. So there's still more to build out in Anahola with our water system. And I'm not sure, this is, thinking out of my head, is that how can we tie that to other land homes that are on the county system, I guess. That could reduce it too, but that's something we need to talk about. It may be feasible, may not. But anyway, those 2 points, yes, if we could. So I would suggest that we look at something in the interim to try to keep this rolling and try to take some pressure off the many groups that have to work this solution. But I'd like to see us open up to the communities that are involved in this about this program to start training people and sort of get that out in the community. Say, look, if you have folks that are interested in the program, what is that program? How do we do it? How do we step that forward? So by the time we get to our water system, now we have a source of income of employees that are saying, here I am, I'm certified, I'm ready to go. So that also brings our community operating our water system. That's what I'm looking at for the future.
Yeah, I can send you that information.
be
Department
great.
of Health does do the trainings and the certification tests. So I can send you the link to
Great.
that. Yeah, please, if you know of anybody.
Oh, no, I'll get
you
them
know,
started. Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
know of anybody, we do want to grow our own locally. Elroy and David,
Right.
they're the greatest thing. But at the same time, they're overworked. Yeah.
I may do a different approach and grow your own. They may think we're
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
something else, but yes, I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. That'd be great. Thank you,
And
Jim.
there are some stars, if you will, available on the neighbor islands with water management background. I believe, if I recall correctly, the Honolulu Board of Water Supply got Ernie Lau from Kauai. And look what an asset he's turned out to be. So there are folks available. Commissioner Abo, you had
Yeah,
some
so,
along.
yeah, thank you. So this is a broader question. So, if there's one thing I've learned as a commissioner, Gigi, your statement is correct. Water is basic, but it's not easy to deliver and maintain these systems. And so, my question is, when we look at building out this team, this 8 to 10 positions, beyond our private system, would that staff be able to assist with the coordination of other county systems or systems that are required to support projects such as, for example, Leali'i, Honokowai? Is there a need? And I guess that question also goes to Stuart. Would there be a benefit to creating additional staff to assist with those additional efforts that are required? Or is that not necessary, Stuart? Or one of you can answer.
Commissioner, good question. I don't believe it's necessary. And earlier I was thinking, I don't want to leave you out of the discussion because Maui has, we have a lot of water issues and we have a lot of water development going on, but we're constructing these systems to meet county standard with the intent of turning it over to the county to maintain. And I think that's a better situation. I think what's important there is that working with Andrew and with Dr. Scheuer is that we do obtain the necessary water credits and the allocations that we need, the reservations we need to provide water to Hawaiian homelands developments. And so that's where we have this really good interface, and then we construct it to meet county standard. The legislature has been providing funding for these developments. So I think that's the way to go on these. Maybe might help, and Andrew's probably the best one to explain why do we have water systems on Hawaiian homelands that we maintain and operate?
I think before I answer Stuart's question, to Commissioner O, to your question, I agree with Stuart. I don't think that the function of the water branch would be to coordinate with the various counties. It's a tremendous job in itself to operate and maintain our own systems. When I spoke earlier about the two main thrusts of water management, the right to use water and to manage water within the water systems. The right to use water is not only the right to take it from its natural state, from the aquifer or from streams, it is also the right to take it from the county systems. And we've tried to work on developing better relationships with the various counties on clarifying what their role is in fulfilling the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and that they not treat us like other private developers, and that when we ask the county to partner with them to take water from their system to deliver to our beneficiaries, that their policy should be different when it comes to Hawaiian Homelands versus other private development entities. So we've been trying to massage those relationships, and I think that function is really best with Land Development Division and Planning Office working together to collaborate with the counties. To Stuart's point or question, I think, and this isn't the entire answer, and I apologize, it's not the entire answer, but a lot of the reason why the department has to operate and maintain its own systems is that, quite frankly, some of our lands are remote and county may not be interested in extending their systems out to where our lands are. And so therefore, we have to fill that gap and provide water to our beneficiaries. I'm sure there are more historical reasons why, but in the current, in modern day, that is why we have to develop 2 new water systems in the areas that Gigi had mentioned in Ka'u and Honoka'i.
So is that why it's more necessary in rural areas and not so necessary here on Oahu? Would that be why?
Yeah, that's generally why. And
And we
interesting.
contract here on Oahu with Board of Water?
Yes, actually, an interesting fact is one of the reasons why the department had been able to develop more homesteads on Oahu is we've never had to develop our own well or water system in the city of
Board of Water
Honolulu.
Supply.
Yes, they have been very, very good to work with. And you mentioned Ernie Lau, and he recognizes the unique status of Hawaiian Homelands, and they have been very open to discussing our water needs and working with us to provide us with what we need to move forward
Bless
with
that
our
man.
program.
He's wonderful to work with. So we need more Ernie Laws, I tell you.
Andrew, Stuart, mahalo for that explanation. I do want to say, with our new mayoral administration, I am hopeful that those relationships will improve. And so as we prepare to schedule meetings, as they move toward appointments of their deputies and deputy directors, hopefully we can get to those meetings relatively soon. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo, guys.
Mahalo for the discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, without taking more time on the commission, Gigi always reminds me that, the water operation falls under HST, which is true. The function of HST is to oversee the operation, but
Is that the services division?
Homestead Services Division. And I would be remiss if I leave this table without, and I don't thank Andrew and Stuart enough. We would not be able to be where we're at without Gigi's help, without Andrew and Stuart. So for the record, I just want to mahalo these people because
Agreed.
they've done a tremendous job in moving
have.
forward with keeping where the water's.
But commissioners, I mean, I think we also need to be real as well. How many hats can these folks wear
Exactly, yeah.
and still service our beneficiaries to the level of service that they expect and that they're owed?
Yeah, that's correct. You're correct, Chair. Yeah.
Members, I would just like to ask to get on the record. Is standing up this water division policy call that this commission does support?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay. Can we just get a motion then to put that on just to get an official vote? That would just be helpful if we could do that.
Information.
Is that something we can do?
I think this is informational only, yeah.
Okay, okay, we can, then perhaps we can do that at another meeting. It would just be helpful at some point to be able to go in front of our policymakers and just tell them that there's a definitive support from the commission rather than just a letter from the chair. Whenever I appear in front of our policymakers, I fully recognize that I'm the chair of the commission, but I have just one vote, no more than anyone else here, that's all.
I think a motion would be appropriate to support what they are asking.
Okay, well, I'd entertain a motion if somebody wants to make one. So Commissioner Awo moved And Commissioner Nevis, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and state the motion.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stick them. I would like to put forward a motion to support creating a
Water Division.
water division to support our private water system.
I second.
There's a motion on the table by Awo, seconded by Nevis. Any discussion on the motion just to support standing up a water division as recommended by staff? Just to put the commission on record of support. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We oppose, say no.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have a question.
Discussion, sure.
And so I do support this vision moving forward, but can a motion from an informational briefing, now you have a standard motion according to the agenda item. Maybe it's AG that answer, help me with that to understand that this motion can move forward. Because you're, as stated under G2 for information only,
Yes.
which one we are, I'm sorry. G1.
Yeah.
So your motion would be briefing the United States Department of Ag, federal funds for water system development. That's what's noted on your agenda.
Yes,
I just need clarification, if I may.
sure. If that's something Deputy AG can answer. I have seen other boards and commissions after a discussion item or after community concerns,
Under.
Bring
this is
forth
not
a motion.
this is- okay,
and then adopt that motion just to put the body on record as to support for a policy. Paul, I've seen that in the
Can I get the
past.
AG to,
Yes.
Of
Mr.
course.
Chairman,
Of
no
course.
disrespect, I just want clarification on
No,
that.
no.
Normally, all
That's fair.
informational briefings that we have normally comes out the next month for final approval, so I just want to make sure that we are consistent. Thank
Fair
you.
request, Commissioner Carrillo.
Yeah, I also
Fair
want to
request.
note that's a fair question, and I would request we go into executive session to have that discussion with our AG, if we could.
Or we can do that if the commission so desires.
Yeah. Commissioners?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
before we do
It's
that,
appropriate. Yes.
if we could just go back to, now that Commissioner Kalei is present, if we could just go back to F1 to take a vote, because we're about to do
Oh,
so.
yeah, yeah.
Then we can get that over with.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you very much, staff.
Thank you.
So we're just going to hold that motion for now, and we'll move back to item F1. There was a motion on the floor
Yes.
by Commissioner Taruya, a second by Commissioner Helm in
Yes.
regards to F1, the rate of entry amendment for Keokaha Panaeva Alliance. Members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Mike, did you wanted to say something? I
Yeah,
thought you
well,
were gonna
Yeah.
make a statement. I'm not sure. That's why we waited for you.
Oh, well,
Please proceed.
yeah, thank you, Chair.
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
I do
Taruya.
want to thank,
I got it.
I want to mahalo
Kalama.
staff. I want Kahana, Andrew, for helping out the association, Keokaha Panaeva Farmers Association. This association is very proactive. They're very community and association oriented, and they've got a great plan. They did the presentation in November, right? So very great presentation. And one thing I wanted to share about Keokaha Panaeva Farmers Association is, you know how from time to time when commissioners talk about, you know, like different illegal activities occurring in associations, KPFA is very good with their policing their group, and they're always proactive, and they work really well with the county policing folks. So they document everything that happens. Sometimes it takes a lot of documentation, but they're very good at that. And this project that they're proposing is fully supported, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalekini, my apologies for moving straight to the vote. Without.
No, I appreciate the support.
So sorry.
Appreciate the support.
All one team.
Okay.
All right.
So there was a request for executive session. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
Can I,
Yes, Commissioner Trillo, please proceed.
Just for, okay, so we have a defer item from yesterday to go in executive session too on the ROEs. And so that should be also be an exec. But we also have so are we going to executive session and then have J agenda? These guys you going to defer them to later on?
I was gonna come back to J agenda right after executive session, unless it's the commission's desire.
So are we going to discuss two items in ES? Instead of going in, go back out, go back in?
Yes, I was gonna do it all one time.
Okay, one
That was
time.
the intent.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Do we want to do the executive session
No.
now?
Yeah,
Thanks,
Okay.
I
Kahana.
mean, you're the chairman.
No,
Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Copo.
Patty, I guess Chair was asking whether we want to take J agenda first before we go into executive. That's okay for the,
I don't know. I mean, we have our people waiting. I mean,
Yes, they're on.
they're on.
well, Chair, but why don't we do that? So, yeah, we don't keep them waiting.
Okay,
Too
let's
long.
go to J agenda and then
Yeah,
we
I
can move
think
to
so. We
executive session.
can, Mr. Owoya, let the J agenda go forward and then we can still voila out after. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Just
Sure.
very
Thank you.
quickly, before we go into the J agenda, Commissioner Helm did want a quick update from he requested an update yesterday from staff on Molokai broadband, as he's been having people carrying him on that particular issue. So I just wanted to get him some information before he
Mr.
goes home.
How? Wait,
Oh, there he is. I was
uncle,
looking for him.
look him. He's calling you. Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Helm, did you want to do a quick brief discussion on Molokai broadband before you return homes? As I know you got some of your
Yeah.
constituents on Molokai who are extremely interested on this one.
Yeah, I was hoping if Shelley would be here. but
I got some information somewhere.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
so-
can we proceed, Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've had people concerned because a lot of them are not getting service from SIC with their telecommunication, which is specifically the Wi-Fi. And I'm not sure who's the individuals that are not being served, but I'm sure their SIC knows about it. But getting them to do the outreach is my question. How can we get them to get out there and help these homesteaders?
Okay, just for information, I did receive information from the staff regarding, I believe you sent an email about Wi-Fi service being down since December or
Mhm.
sometime in
Yes.
December.
Mhm.
I have been advised that our staff did reach out to Molokai to see if they have had any response from or any complaints from beneficiaries. And they have not. We've also reached out to our IT person, Linda Inouye, and she's not aware of any trouble. So we also have staff reaching out to Hawaiian Telecom and SIC ongoing right now to investigate to see if we haven't received any information from them yet, but Shelley has reached out to Hawaiian Telecom and SIC to see.
That's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
The staff or whoever is responsible
Correct.
going out and following up.
So we haven't had any response from Hawaiian Telecom and or SIC yet, but the call's been made out to them.
Okay,
see.
so another thing, hawaiiantel.com. I did ask the question, at least one of the technicians on Molokai. They're not ready to go in and provide service yet.
Okay.
That's my understanding. I'm not sure if they're having a problem with the 1 mile going into the homestead, whether they got the okay or not. But the other thing I thought that, I might share is that they still are putting in the fiber optic on the lines. So
Okay.
maybe that's the delay.
But yeah, that's the
Yeah,
information.
thanks, Chair, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Carla.
Commissioners, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Helm. Mr. Albino, mahalo for the information. Okay, members, we'll move to the J agenda. I note there was a request for a brief recess. Did members still want to do that? Okay. We'll take a brief recess subject to the call of the chair. Order. Members moving to J agenda. Members, we are on J agenda. Just to note, members, we have always allowed 15 minutes for J agenda. Just want to let the members know that we will be sticking to the 15-minute time limit. So I just want to ask everyone, please, once you hear the timer go off, please start to conclude your remarks. I'll be a little liberal in allowing folks to come to a conclusion, but we will be adhering to the 15 minutes allotted for each person. First person with us for J agenda, Kilia Purdy Avelino. You connected? Aloha,
Yes.
there we go. Aloha. Good morning, please proceed.
Good morning.
Aloha.
This is my dad, Harry K. Purdy. This is the reason why we're actually
You may
here.
be muted.
Oh, no, I think I'm not muted, but I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Not muted.
Auntie, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you yet.
Aloha, can you guys hear me? We get
We're
silent.
working to correct this on our end.
SIT.
SIC.
Huh?
SIC.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
SIT.
The
you guys
technical
hear me now?
difficulty is on our end. We're working on it. Auntie, could you unmute one more time?
Aloha, can you guys hear me?
Aloha. Now we can hear
Okay.
you. Please proceed.
Hi. Okay, aloha kako. My name is Kilia Purdy Avelino. This is my dad.
My name is Tootie Purdy the third.
We just want to first mahalo you guys, mahalo chair, and congratulations on your appointment and good luck in your endeavor. I just wanted to say too that just within yesterday and today, I already noticed some positive changes in the way that you act, and we appreciate that. Hope to see you here on Molokai. Actually, our family has been part of our homestead associations for over 15 years, probably almost 20, very active in it. And so we hope to see you here soon on Molokai.
So-
I wanted to also mahalo Uncle Zach for bringing up all of our issues here on Molokai and pointing that out publicly here at our commission. So mahalo nui to you guys. Leah, can we share screen?
Yes.
Yeah. It says disable.
Okay.
No. You're the host.
While we're waiting for the share screen, I just wanted to also
Please.
make note that we sent over an email from Juan addressing this, why we're here today, pretty much.
Okay.
Okay, can you guys see my screen yet?
We do all have a hard copy of your email, though.
Okay,
It's been distributed, so we do have that in our hand right now.
okay. And can you guys see my screen?
We can, yes.
So I just wanted to acknowledge my ohana who came here before me, from my great-grandmother to my grandparents to my parents and us. 99 years, 6 generations of Purdys in Ho'olehua, Molokai. We are here today for my dad's lease 106, the homestead lot number 4 on Lihipali Avenue. This is a map of the property. So this is the county map and then Google Maps. So you guys can little bit see, get a clearer view of what we're doing on the property. This is a little bit of the timeline, the history and the timeline, which my dad can cover.
In 1980, I acquired lot number 4 from Frank Kupao, my cousin. And in 1982, we created a business, the Huokaina, utilizing 1 acre of mature macadamia grove on the parcel, and continues to expand the farm. I now have 300 trees on about 6 acres of Hawaiian homestead land. In 1990, through present, I came before the Hawaiian Homes Commission each year to request additional acreage for this lease. Original lease was 5 acres. Original lease that the Kupaos had was a 40-acre lease, and that is outlined in the red. And in 2000, I acquired a revocable lease for parcel 79 and 88 for over $444 a year. April 2015, revocable lease was turned back to $1 a year for Native Hawaiian to utilize this land. And
I wanted to just add in here, so just to make things clear, because I know, Chair, you're just starting and you don't know the history that my dad has been doing this since 1990, coming before the commission every single year on this same topic. So when he first acquired the land in 1980, he just got the 5 acres in the front. You can see here in red the outline of the original 40 acres. What happened prior to 1980, after the pineapple fields was removed off the land, the original leasee decided to leave the land with the department. And so just at that time, just had the 5 acres under the lease, but originally it was supposed to be the 40 acres. So after expanding and utilizing the entire 5 acres in 1990 is when my dad started coming to the commission to request additional lands of the original acreage, the original lease, to continue farming behind. So you can see up to this top here that's open, the open field, that I would estimate to be about at least 12 to 15 acres of this lot being used already. And so what my dad mentioned too, in 2000, every year after year, he did get the revocable lease, but had to pay $444 a year. And as a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, also noting that other non-beneficiaries were getting general lease lands for a lot lower or around the same amount. And so he continued to come before the commission to request the $1 a year as our beneficiaries would normally have. And so in 2015, he finally got the approval of the $1 a year lease for the additional 35 acres adjacent or behind his 5 acre lease.
so
On June 22nd, 2021, came again before the commission. This was the item on C3 that was up for discussion and approval. So basically was to consolidate back to the original. And there was an agreement made in there that if this was approved, we would need to create an additional 3 acre subsistent agricultural lot off of that 40 acres. So that was actually unanimously approved, and mahalo to the commissioners for doing that. But since approval, this was June of 2021, this is basically what we've been going through. We identified a surveyor actually prior to our meeting in June who was willing to do it and lives here right on Molokai. So from May, September, December of 2021 through March, April 2022, continued to communicate with Jorgen Busby, who was going to be our surveyor, and the DHHL Molokai office for the meets and bounds. So believe it or not, that entire time was just trying to receive the meets and bounds in order for Jorgen to be able to even proceed to survey. So going back and forth over that amount of time, unable to receive the meets and bounds from the department, and so unable to move forward. And there was no suggestion or support from the department on how to move forward until right around September, continued to communicate with the office. And finally, Cindy Manawis suggested meeting with Juan, or even Leatrice, I believe, and Joby all suggested meeting with Juan. Okay, so we met with Juan on October 5th, 2022. And mahalo Juan, I saw you there earlier.
Yeah.
So, and the letter, the email came from Juan that you folks received, the commissioners received. So Juan, from that meeting, we looked at the map together. We looked at areas where we could cut out the 3-acre parcel. And then Juan suggested at the time he would utilize the department's surveyors. He mentioned the department having surveyors and that he would follow up with them. And then December 28, 2022, Juan asked for another meeting to follow up as he had learned through Elroy about the gulch issue that's actually part of that lot. So I'll go back and show the pictures again, but because of that gulch, there was all kinds of things kind of almost would void in a sense, or coming to the commission with an update and propose a request for amendment to commission for approval because of this gulch issue. So, and we know, Jay, same thing as you guys just discussed earlier, J agenda is not something that is voted on, but since you guys had that discussion on G, we hope that you guys would consider also being able to make a motion perhaps on what we, and talk about this in your executive session as well, to make a motion on adjusted amendment to this. So if you look at this map here, this is the Hawaiian homestead map. The
Yes.
front shaded out is the 5-acre
Mhm.
plot parcel.
Yes,
The yellow in front is parcel 79, as well as the back with the carved portion out for the 3-acre parcel in the back. In between the two, detaching parcel 79, the two parcel 79s, is the gulch, parcel 88. So we just recently learned that because of this gulch, even though we've been accessing it all this time because it was part of the lease, the revocable lease agreement, and so we could access the gulch all the way back through here. Now this gulch being the issue because the department is saying that there is a water valve coming from the tanks that you folks were just speaking about. Gigi brought up about the Ho'olehua water improvements. That's the same tanks that we are actually referring to. That's pretty much adjacent to I will show another map on that one, but those tanks have a release valve that flows into this gulch right here in between the two parcels. So according to Juan and Elroy, it's inaccessible to build a road, which was one of the agreements made when the commission approved that this red line here was supposed to be an access road so that the new homesteader with the 3-acre parcel could access and go back to the back. Now, this gulch, though, Juan mentioned, it's there, you cannot do a road there. It would cost a lot of money, and the liability to it would just be basically unreasonable because of the water flow that comes through here. And so there could be all kinds of stuff that happen here, even if we were to make a road. But the fill itself, to fill the gulch and create the road, would also be an issue and cost the department a lot of money. So that's what brought us here today. And so again, here's the tanks. This is a map again of the county map, you can see more clearly how the gulch separates the two 79 parcel. And then this would be about where the tanks are, the two tanks that Gigi referred to in her presentation, and how the pipes would come in and flow within this gulch here. So as Gigi mentioned, there are two 3.5 million gallon potable water tanks above the property for Ho'olehua that has an overflow release valve that runs through parcel 88, creating liability to department. There's no clear access to detached top parcel 79, and to make a road will not only cost the department a lot of money to fill the gulch, but it would actually be like liability, a big liability.
Okay.
So this is our proposed amendment to the agreement, that since we can only, so, and basically they said we cannot, there is no way for us to keep parcel 88 within our lease. So we have to give that up. That is about 7 point something acres. So an average of 7 acres is 7.29 acres. So out of the 35 acres that was approved in June of 2021, we're now actually giving up 7 from this parcel 88. And so our amendment is that because we have to do that, that we would not give up an additional 3 acres for another subsistent ag lot, which is unfeasible due to the gulch and release valve.
Okay.
You want to say anything else, Dad?
So most of the commissioners know me because I've been coming to them for many years. So they know this situation. Our Molokai Commissioner, Zachary Helm, has good knowledge of it. And so what we try to do is just move forward with, if you're looking at the map itself, we just try to utilize homestead land to expand my farming operations more. I am 100% Hawaiian homesteader, 100% farmer, and that is my 100% economics. So we hope that this amendment to the original approval would be considered, and we can actually move forward to acquire this land without any extra requirements.
Okay. Mahalo nui. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Juan, if I may bring you forward, please. Juan, I just have a question or two, and they're simple yes or no questions. So going back to what the lessee is requesting, what they're willing to agree to, is that doable?
Just to clarify, Kalia, the 17 acres that is currently being utilized by way of the ROE, is it my understanding that you and your dad are agreeable to receiving that additional 17, a little over 17 acres, without the department creating another 3-acre parcel for a homestead opportunity for an applicant on the wait list?
Yeah, well, we wanted to propose first, and one, to your point, yes, as a plan option B, but being that the original agreement was for this entire 35 acres at the time, which would have been inclusive of this gulch, and then, which is 7 acres, and then give up 3 from the top portion of parcel 79.
And can you return to your slide with the proposed amendment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please proceed. Yes, that slide, and please proceed.
Okay, is to keep both parcel 79s. That's our first proposal. Keep
Okay.
79 without giving an additional 3 acres.
And
Now,
the
we
road.
definitely understand that the access part, by visual of the map, it's inaccessible to get to the top portion of 79 from our lot. But we do have a good relationship with our next door neighbors who currently we're actually going around the gulch onto our next door neighbor's property to get to the top, to access the top. And we have good relationships with both that side as well as the Uncle Frank Keoho side. So access for us to that top is not just based on the gulch. It is based on our relationships with our neighbors. And it's all walk, you gotta walk. It's not
Okay.
Accessible by vehicle.
So Juan, is this doable? The proposed amendment to the agreement?
One of the concerns that the Molokai District Office has is the rear lot, Kilia, because of the existing pipe for the blowout valves is currently in lot 79, the portion that's towards the rear, closer to the water tank. We may need to withdraw a portion of that lot 79 or create an easement for the department to access those pipes.
Okay, so what you're saying, Juan, then is this needs further work at this point?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm
yes.
gonna ask you to do this. I'm gonna ask Nini El Kawaihai to work directly with the applicant and with you.
Okay.
Quickly, please, would like all of you to come to an agreement. Bring this back as an action item next month that this commission can take action on, that you have agreement on ahead of time. What I would like to avoid is us coming back, having another discussion, only to tell the applicant we still have to do further work. I'd rather not get into that, please.
Okay.
So if, again, staff, Nini El Kawaihai could work with you on and work with the applicant. You come to an agreement, present to this commission next month an action item agreed upon by all of you that this commission can be asked to take action on, please.
I believe we can do that.
Okay, Commissioner Helm, this is
Yes,
your
Chair. Thank you.
constituency.
Akilia and Turi, thank you so much for your presentation. So is that okay for you folks if we chair this, we'll make a decision to forward this to staff to work with you, and then we would meet again in February. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, totally. And exactly what we are seeing and what I mentioned, Chair, mahalo nui, Uncle Zach, mahalo nui, Juan, mahalo for working with us, but Chair, for your actions, just moving things. This has been over 30 plus years coming before the commission. And as the commission and the public can see, this picture here, we're on, this is almost right before Gulch.
Okay.
If we only have the 17, this is the Gulch probably like right in here. So that's all we have, pretty much the top 10 to really expand on. And we're utilizing this. We have
Okay.
created, besides my dad's business, our own family business. My husband and my kids have created our own farm business as well.
Okay.
So right on this property. So we have 2 farms operating on one lease. So,
Okay.
we are really hoping to see this move, and we appreciate, again, 6 generations later, so mahalo nui.
Okay, mahalo nui. So please work with Nini El Kawaihai of our staff, who will in turn work with Juan. We'll come
Okay.
to an agreement, you folks come to an agreement, please, prior to next meeting, and then staff will present to the commission an actionable item that you all have agreed upon that we can take a vote on and move this forward. That's the goal.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Yes,
Ma-
Commissioner Helm.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, I know the frustrations that Turi has gone through and Kilia, but this family, we go way back. We go back during the plantation days, we grew up together. the Purdy's, the Helms. So we kind of know, and we kind of do the same kind of things in our lives. We both farmers. So, you know, for me, we really need to do the best we can to accommodate these people.
Yes, we do.
So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Helman. That is the goal, to a date definitive, a date certain next month. We'd like to be able to take action.
And I also want to add too, that I'm a youth educator. I have a Homestead Agriculture Youth Council beginning this year. So it's not just about us, it's about expanding and teaching our youth, teaching others to do similar, create economics right off of our homestead. That's what we want to promote, you know, and we have a model here to be able to use for other generations and other families and other homesteaders. And so, yes, we look forward to working with Juan and Niniao and come back before you next month, along with probably other Molokai issues that we will need to address as well. And we hope you come to Molokai so that we can do so directly with you, Chair. Mahalo.
I look forward to returning to Molokai. I was actually there over the weekend. I do look forward to returning. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
We invite you because I heard you say that. So believe me when I say we invite you to Molokai.
Mahalo for the invitation. Accepted. I look forward to returning. Thank you.
I'd like to add one more thing.
Please.
I'd like to congratulate the Purdy's because they have a Purdy Ohana playing quarterback for the 49ers now. So congratulations, Brooke Purdy.
That's
You heard that,
that's
Tony?
my Zachary,
That's
that's
your nephew.
that's my grandfather's brother, son. Okay, okay, right on, Bob.
Good luck. Good luck.
All right, aloha.
Aloha.
We're all rooting for the 49ers this weekend. I am. It's going to be a Purdy game.
A pretty good.
Mahalo
game.
nui.
Everybody, yeah.
Mahalo. It should be everybody. Our next presenter for J Agenda, Kikoa Inomoto. Kikoa, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Aloha.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
It says start my video. Okay, I'm starting my video. There.
Aloha.
Aloha. So I'm coming to you from a Waiokuli homestead in Kula. I've been here for 16 years, and prior to that, I was a Keokea farm lessee and advocated for a quarter of a century to get infrastructure over there. And am continuing in my 11-year retirement to be a homelands leader here on Maui. I'm the president of the Maui Lanai Mokopuni Council, which is a consortium of 18 homesteads and associations. And I am the founding co-chairwoman of the board of Pa'opena Community Development Corporation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit, beneficiary nonprofit. Today, I just wanted to introduce myself and give you a notion of what I do here on Maui. So for the last 2 days, I had an update session with my staff and my board, and we talked about what we're going to be doing in the future. So I'm going to be taking a trip in May for the commencement of my granddaughter in Washington State. And I asked an all board member if I could do some waitlist meetings on the US continent, because I'll be in Washington State in May, and I'll be in Wisconsin for my 55th college reunion in September. And then I will be in Las Vegas in October. And all of those sites, I would like to be doing some waitlist engagement meetings if possible. And so that's underway. And then I told that at that meeting, I talked about the Mokopuni Council, which meets on the Thursday before the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and brought up the fact that we welcomed Lehua Kinilau Kano from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and she gave a wonderful presentation on the cesspool to septic conversion plans for Molokai. And also she went over 11 DHHL proposed legislative platforms. And we also at that Mokopuni meeting had Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, the DHHL water consultant, and he confirmed for me how we are to proceed. Pa'upena is to proceed to get a water meter on a 127 acre parcel for which we have a right of entry right now. And he said that we need to write a letter to you, Chairman, stating that we would like to deploy some of the water credits, upcountry water credits that the department has in order to apply for a water meter to serve this 127 acre tract. And what we're doing on that parcel is ranching and training, ranching and farming training for our beneficiaries. And then yesterday I was videotaped, and for the 130th anniversary of the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. It was a half-hour show. It's called Think Tech Hawaii. And my understanding is you can access it on YouTube. Just input Think Tech and probably Onipa'a. I think that's the name of the show. It's Onipa'a Kako. And so there were 3 of us on that show, and my contribution was mainly from the homeland's perspective. I talked about sovereignty, how we as homesteaders are sovereign. We don't have to wait for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to do things, that we can do them ourselves. And I talked about repatriating our lands. And this is actually why Pa'upena was formed in 2016, was because 5,000 acres below our homestead was being leased to a non-Hawaiian, non-beneficiary rancher for a quarter of a century. I extrapolated his lease amount, and it was 42 cents a month he was paying per acre to utilize that land. And Pa'upena succeeded through our advocacy in having that rancher vacate his lease. In fact, we succeeded in having 4 Maui non-beneficiary leases vacated, but now it's to repatriate the land. It's one thing to get the non-beneficiary off of it. It's another thing to get the beneficiary onto it. So our vision, Pa'upena's vision, is for us to utilize that 5,000 acres. And you know, we have spoken to the Hawaiian Homes Commission before about our vision to put some agricultural lots there. And of course, this is a foreign concept to the department, to have a beneficiary-driven subdivision being developed. But this is part of our mindset as self-determined beneficiaries, as sovereign beneficiaries. So I just wanted to bring that up. And Chairman, I want to let you know what my connection to you is. My parents, my late parents, Colonel Curtis and Nenita Keikoa, lived on one end of Ako'a Street, and your folks lived at the beginning of Ako'a Street in Kailua.
Yes.
And my dad, Curtis Keikoa, was a friend and a great supporter of your dad, Senator Whitney Anderson. And I am a 40-year paddler, have done the Molokai Channel race twice. So I know your mom, Auntie Hanny, well. She was the veteran leader of that Nawahine Okekai race. So that's my connection with you. So I just wanted to let you know that you will be receiving a letter for us asking for your collaboration to get a water meter for this 127 acre tract of country. And I look forward to seeing you every month because I'm a regular veteran testifier on the J agenda.
Mahalo nui, Auntie Kikoa, for being here. So you are seeking a water meter, is that what you said?
Yes, we're seeking to collaborate with the department to get a water meter on this 127-acre homelands tract in upcountry in order to do farming and ranching training of our beneficiaries.
Okay, Auntie, we will have staff follow up with you. And
Thank you so
we'll-
much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Auntie.
Yes, aloha.
Aloha. Auntie Homelani, would you come forward, please?
Aloha,
Aloha, please proceed.
I'm Homelani Shadell, resident and beneficiary. And so I'm here today as I was yesterday. And even though Chair Designate said that I didn't need to, I do want to apologize. Yesterday, towards the end, I think we all had a very long day. And so so for the J agenda and whether you haven't seen me for a while until you did yesterday, right? But so I want to follow up. So I'm here to provide updates on our safety and maintenance projects and that I've addressed with you before. I also want to mahalo Stuart and Rick and Kehal from LDD for working with us to improve the safety of our lessees and their families. So the first topic I'm going to update you on is the traffic calming. Just a brief summary is that, oh wait, okay, wait, I'm technically challenged. Hang on.
That's okay.
Leah, you can keep me in track, right? Okay, so basically what brought this to the front is that we have 226 homes in our homestead. And Kayal Avenue is a main corridor that runs right through the middle of our homestead. Consequently, we've had multiple accidents along Kayal Avenue. And so I came before the commission to ask for assistance with some form of traffic calming. And so Stuart and his team took that, bringing it to the commission, and Stuart and his team have been working on it. So the traffic study from Austin Tsutsumi and Associate is complete. It's now going through the final, pre-final design review. As part of that process, they will conduct an on-site visit, which our board will be invited to. Yesterday, I spoke of the value of cultivating relationships as an example of that. HHFDC will resurface approximately 300 yards of Kayal Avenue, which is the main corridor, as I said, at no cost to the department. Installation of the traffic calming measures will take place after the final design approval by the city and resurfacing of Kayal Avenue. Molokai, along with the villages of Kapolei, have not been turned over, but it's supposed to be by 2030 to the city. The infrastructure maintenance, which includes street lights, trees, sidewalk repairs, etc. So that's the update on our traffic calming. It's been quite a few years, right, Stuart? But we're moving on that, and we understand that certain things takes time. The other long project has been our easement transfer, where LDD is working on for us is a transfer of 3 easements through a license agreement that should have been included in the original license agreement between DHHL and the villages of Kapolei. Molokai and Kopea are part of this master association who maintains our common areas, which includes our entrance and our exterior streets, grass strips. So staff has been working with VOCA and through VOCA and their board and their attorneys. So if you can imagine that whole process and part of it. And I believe HSD staff is in the process of reviewing and working on HUD's requirements because these licensing agreements will impact the lease and the description of the property because of it having mortgages. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. And so one of the reasons I love coming to, well, let me strike the word love. One of the reasons why I like coming to these meetings is that when I can't get a hold of these guys by phone or they don't respond to my email, I know I can get to them when I come here. So you'll be seeing me a lot. The other item was community compliance. And as I said yesterday, we have 63 homesteads statewide, right? We're all different and we all have different needs. One of the issues, well, the issues that I deal with in my homestead, neighbors not getting along. Huge issue, huge. I have one set of neighbors who each have a TRO on each other and they go and renew it every 3 years.
Wow.
I have another set of neighbors that have an issue because their neighbor who they were friends with for the first 10 years, something happened and now they don't like it when the neighbors drive into use their driveway to get into their yard, to park the yard on the lawn. You name it, I've got it. But what we need to understand is that our people who have their homes here, their families are moving back home because they can't afford the rent. So now we have multiple families in a home that have multiple cars and people are literally fighting over a parking space.
Yep.
A parking space. Molokai is fortunate being the first homestead here in Kapolei because we can move. Kopea, one side parking. Kanihili, on their inner streets, one side parking. Ka'ulo'okahai, same thing, one side parking. Now, I read up on that, and that's supposed to be a method of traffic calming. That's great. However, when neighbors start fighting with each other and it starts escalating, that becomes a different set of problems. The other problem I have is when we have inconsiderate and disrespectful neighbors. And for the most part, it's not the lessee, it's family members of the lessee. Very rarely have I encountered issues with the lessee. I can count on one hand. My hands and toes for other members. And we are on our 3rd generation in Molokai. So that means we have kupuna that can't manage when Papa dies and Mama left alone and the son decides he's gonna move in and starts doing drugs and doing all other kinds of stuff. And, you know, it affects the neighborhood. And even when we try and talk, Mama is hesitant because she's afraid. And so when these types of issues come to me, my thing has been get a pad, get a pen, put it by your phone. Anytime there's an issue, pick up the phone, call HPD, note the date, time, and if they come out, you want the name of the officer, you want the report number. That sounds simple enough. Unfortunately, and it used to work, but unfortunately, recently it hasn't. In the last 5 years, it's not been working. what I'm hearing and what really blew my mind is that I went to an NSW meeting with that had the community policing team. And by the way, we're under District 8, which goes all the way to Kaena. Literally say, oh, there's some things we can't do on Hawaiian homelands. What? It is not true.
That's right.
And I told them that. But me telling you that, me telling them that, one thing, what they do is a different thing. So when you have someone call HPD because they happen to yell at someone that they had just asked their children to come in to the home for dinner, who flew down the street to slow down, and then have a boyfriend and girlfriend was having an argument. She went flying out of the street. And when that lessee yelled at that person to slow down, he came over and altercation started, threatened her to shoot her and her family, with a neighbor across the street that witnessed the whole thing. When the officers got on site, they said they couldn't do anything because they didn't witness it. And the lessee said, but I was here, Auntie was here, she's telling you the same thing. You need to write up a report. Oh no, I'm not. Another incident. New Year's Eve, 2021, 12 cops. Why? Because problems were brewing with one family. And they went shooting down the street. So that's the kind of issues I'm dealing with.
Auntie, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Have you brought any of these concerns regarding HPD to the attention of your city council member? Only reason I ask is it's because your city council member has control over HPD's budget. So if HPD, for whatever reason, you're having difficulty getting a satisfactory response, your council member can help. We used to get these concerns all the time, and we brought HPD to the table, and they were helpful in our district.
So the answer to your
District 4.
question is no.
Okay.
I have been accustomed to working with the department's enforcement division, formerly known as the department's enforcement
Understand.
division. I believe it's now known as the community compliance.
Okay.
But there has been things that former Chair Isla has been trying to put together, one of which is the bill that's going forward. I believe it's Bill 6, where the state agencies are utilizing and combining their forces to assist, and that would be a source. I mean, I get it, but I still feel like HPD is still there for a reason. And that's who most people are used to calling.
Understand.
So, you know, when I think about all of this and know how overwhelmed department staff is, and I've been sitting in that seat, and that's where I come and I sit, because I've learned a lot by doing so. And having gone through 6 chairs, believe me, I've learned a lot. But I have come to look at the organization as a state government. And most people don't understand that. And I see whoever sits in the chair's seat as the governor, and this commission as the judiciary and the legislature combined. And I see those people in the building with the different divisions, just like the state of Hawaii. People don't understand that we have water systems out there. Most people don't. They don't know what goes on here. And so for me, with that structure in mind, we have LDD, land before, LMD, land developed, HSD, applications or applicants. You know, I've come to understand. So that's who, and that's why I know who to go to, but not many of our other beneficiaries do. And several years ago, CAD was formed, right? The call center. And I did have an opportunity to speak to Paula because I didn't want to blindside her because I told her that I was going to approach this commission about that. Yesterday, and many times before, you've heard our beneficiaries say, they called the department, nobody's calling me back. There's been so many complaints. This is what that division was set up for, to do that. But, you know, with anything that you start, you really need to know what your end goal is. And if the end goal is to alleviate the calls and the work that comes with those calls, going into these different sections, then it has to have a process in order for it, a beginning and an ending process. And I had several questions, and so my thing is, because I was a customer service supervisor for the bank, and when I went in there, having come from the mainland with, and gratefully enough, they were using the same system, so I knew the system. But what I recognized was they weren't utilizing the system. And so I had an opportunity to do that. But the other thing that is what I think is really necessary and crucial is training. Call center can't take calls if they don't know what they're talking about. So if they do get the calls and they don't know, is that my time? Sorry.
Yes.
Then
No, but conclude.
then they will just push the call over. I get it. But then the phone just rings and nobody picks the call up. Where does it go from there? Here's what I would like to suggest is that Paula's team and Paula provides a monthly report. Okay, sorry, that's mine.
No.
Paula provides a monthly report with stats, just like HSD does, just like the other departments do, that she provide a report with stats so that we can look at, okay, here's the basis. How's it working? How's it not working? And what do we need to do to improve it? So that's my suggestion. And okay, my time is already up, so didn't realize.
Okay, we can work with Paula and her division on that.
Right.
In regards to the concerns with HPD, would suggest reaching out to your city council member and asking for kokua there. Again, we were always successful with HPD's District 4 CPD, their community policing team. That was extremely responsive when we would bring community groups and them together.
I know that, sir, because the former community policing team that I used to work with, they were very receptive and responsive. I don't know what changed in administration, you know, but I will, because I'll tell you, Kanehili, their NSW is probably the best statewide.
Okay.
Statewide. And so, you know, Jody keeps trying to get me to and we want to be part, you know, we want to be part of that hui, but it's really hard when you're 20 years old and your people are that much older and they don't want to go out there. So it's trying to cultivate people, but you know, like I said, those are the issues that we are facing.
Understand.
And yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
Patty,
Commissioner.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Homie, for bringing those concerns up, and I value those concerns because in our homestead, it's a similar problems that you're mentioning. How to solve that, I'm not sure. You mentioned Neighborhood Security Watch. Excuse me, Kanehili and Jody has done a great team. They came out to Nanakuli and we formed the Neighborhood Security Watch too. And you'll see on the agenda, Pastor Allen, he'll also express the Neighborhood Security Watch, very involved, but that's not enough. That is truly not enough. So a lot of the neighborhood security watch is, we got kupunas, we got uncles with cane, we push, you know, and we're trying to go out there. The youngsters, they don't like come out, you know, to help us, but you know, most of them are seniors and, you know, you can't walk too far, but we try to be visible in the community and try to voila out with the beneficiaries, but that is, you know, it is good and healthy with the community, working with HPD. But let's get back to city council, and I'm gonna bring this up, Ikaika, because in this Plains, West Oahu, we're 350 officers short. We are, and that was noted at our neighborhood board meeting last night by our council member, Andrea Tupola. And you can only do so much with the city council to say, hey, we need more police out in the West Oahu. We're struggling from Ke'awaula to Eva. This is the whole Plains this is the West Oahu. 350 officers is a lot, So when we call for these kind of concerns, like, oh, my neighbor coming over, that's not priority. And we've done that. And they'll tell us, that's not priority. Or you're in Hawaiian Home, you gotta talk to somebody in Hawaiian Homes. We continue to get that kind of response. So then you get frustrated, the neighbors take it upon neighbors. I mean, you know, so again, I will support this legislative proposal to the governor and the Senate that we do need to have, as Mr. Owo mentioned, an enforcement division for the department, you know, to help our communities to be, to live safer and,
Understand?
yeah, that, you know, we can resolve some of the things, but, you know, thank you, Auntie Homie, for bringing all
Thank
those
you,
up. I kind of nodded every single time you
I
talked.
could see.
Because we go through the same, and I know what you folks go through too, so.
And I know we're not alone.
Yeah, we're
you
not,
know.
it's island wide, I think. a lot of
It's statewide.
commissions
I'm sure
statewide,
it's
yeah.
statewide, but you know, I digressed from one
Uh-huh.
point that I
Thank you,
really
Mr.
want to
Chair.
make, and I hope you'll indulge me. But there, it's, you know, again, I understand the work and the work that the community compliance staff is trying to do their best for us too. But let me give you an example. When there was an enforcement, when the enforcement division was here, when I had issues, because I had a huge problem. And I picked up the phone and called Francis Apollyon. Their process was they would listen, and then Shirley and I had decided what we would do. And we talked to the surrounding neighbors of this family. We asked them the same 3 questions. We documented it. We asked them, what is it that you would like to do, was one of the questions. And their thing was, they didn't want the lessee to lose their home, but they wanted that behavior to stop. And so, okay, fine. But we acted as facilitator to get a private place for the families who wanted to meet with the department staff. So we did that. We asked the families to provide whatever information or documentation to bring it to this meeting, but they wanted to make sure that they were anonymous and safe. So that's what we tried to provide. And when Francis conducted that meeting, he brought in HPD and told HPD to pull reports for 3 months. An HPD officer brought in the reports, met with the families, and then after that, went and spoke to the family that was causing the problem. And basically told them, we have information and evidence by the police reports of what's been going on here. And we need you to follow your lease. There are components in your lease that you need to follow that you're breaking. And we're going to be monitoring you. And the consequence to that would be contested case hearing. So that, you know, that worked.
Okay.
We don't even have that because Chair Isla was trying to develop a program, because what I understood, staff does not have authority. Only you have authority to do something like that. And so I was confused, and in discussion, the one thing that Chair Isla, you know, I had asked was for the department, whether it be Chair Isla or whomever, have that discussion with, I believe, Chief Ballard? Their Chief
At the
Ballard?
time,
Yeah.
there was a
At
chief
the
ballot at the
time?
time.
Right. For them to have this discussion. So I'm more than willing to address our issues with Ms. Tupola as our council person, as you suggested. If there are no other questions,
Thank you very much.
mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next presenter on J agenda, Alan Cardenas.
Aloha, everybody. Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Congratulations on your appointment. Aloha, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you, give you guys an update on what our Neighborhood Security Watch been working on. Let me see. Can I share the screen? Just want to give you guys. Okay, can you guys see the screen?
We can.
Okay. So Chair, I'm from the Nanakuli Homestead. I grew up there. It's changed over the years. A lot of it because of the crime and what Auntie Homie talked about, Chair Commissioner talked about. What we're working to do is put the neighbor back in the hood through Neighborhood Security Watch. And right now what we're doing is Jody Akau, who Auntie talked about, had helped us as Commissioner Terua talked about, to start up Neighborhood Security Watch teams to put the neighbor back in the hood. Health and safety is our #1 concern for Kiki and Kupuna. A lot of them don't feel safe going to the beach, shopping, and so forth. So we want to be the change along with community policing. One of the things that we're dealing with is the underlying cause of crime. What we're doing right now is to partner with men and women coming out of prison and break the cycle of dysfunction, drugs, and stealing in our community, and helping us to just make our community safer. One of the things that we're doing is restorative justice, really helping these guys come back. This is one of the properties in Kelowna Ave. I believe you guys had a contested case hearing on that. These guys coming out of prison can be able to help go back and encourage them to change their lives, stop doing drugs, and so forth. This is Mana Olayan. He's from Nanakuli. Spent 26 years in prison. The last 3 as a shot caller, taking his first ride in a front seat of a police car, and giving back to the community. And that's one of the things that we really are working on when people are homeless, down and out, coming out of prison, is how do we help them be part of the solution? So four properties that we're concerned about. #1 on our list was Kelowna Ave. My understanding is that you folks the commission had a contested case hearing because of the action that you folks took. I believe we don't have to worry about this anymore, correct? Commissioner Terua?
I don't know. We can just keep praying on it, Pastor.
Okay. Well, that's one of the things that we're still concerned about. But I believe, like Auntie said, once people heard that a contested case hearing was coming up, DHHL is watching them, going to hold them accountable. All of a sudden, all the drugs, all the gambling, all stopped. So Kelowna has been way better. I think the best it's ever been since the last 18 years. The second home is this, and Juan has the information of these homes that we're concerned about. 891137 90 Aiai Place. This is the home. It burned down. The guy that was squatting at the home, in which our NSW was trying to prevent, burnt it down. Now it's a nuisance. This is the front part of the house. The city had issued citations on the home being overgrown, blocking the sidewalk. This is the biggest problem right now. I blocked it out. This is a rat the size of this water bottle right here. Rats this size is now, because of that home, is now a problem. Health and safety problem for the neighbors here. So that's the second home that we're concerned about. I heard from Chairman Isla that DHHL was in the process of getting bids to clean up the home and a property, but still I'm not sure what's the status of Nani Ahi Ahi Place. The third home that we're concerned about is right next to a church, 892117. This is a picture that came up on the surveillance camera of the gentleman still squatting there on the property. And not only is he squatting there, the person that was seen running from the previous home right after it caught fire is now squatting on this property here at 89217 Pua Ave. Patty knows about this. She was sent information about this as well. Right next to a church. We're really concerned about this. The fourth home is this one in Kapolei. This is a few houses away from Jody in Kanihili, 911040. Again, Juan is aware of the situation. This is one of the situations that happened. There is recent cases I don't have the picture of, but this house should have numerous calls. And I think the ask here is to be able to have a contested case hearing so we can stop our community from being terrorized by illegal activities. So these are the 4 homes that we're really concerned about. And again, although we're in Nanakuli, we are partnering with people, with Jody and other homestead leaders, because we share the same struggles and same concerns in District 8 from Kaena Point all the way to Eva Beach. So we need your leadership and guidance regarding Kelana Avenue, making sure it's no longer a problem in our community, clearing the home and property at 891137 Nani Ahi Ahi Place. Also, same thing with 89217 on Pua Ave, and looking at swiftly and permanently disrupting illegal activities at 911040 in Kanahili. So these are problematic. And I was listening to Auntie Homie as well. We are having problem with HPD officers coming on DHHL land and thinking that they don't have jurisdiction. I think what would help, and Juan was involved with this as well as the AG's office, if we can have an MOU on the DHHL website or something that our NSW leaders can use, the community can use to be able to enforce and hold HPD accountable for their jurisdiction in DHHL lands, that would really help. So we need your help, we need your guidance, and also moving forward, I know you guys will take care of it because you guys are awesome. And one more thing I want to share is we need your support. We had our neighborhood security watch did an Operation Blue Light Christmas on Christmas Avenue on December 9th. And I just want to share a part of that. Patty was a big blessing, allowing us to have that in our community. But I want to share just a short video, a short clip of a video that we had. Let me see. Can you?
You know what, Lord, I feel for my community so, and we went and we did our own Blue Light Christmas, and it was such a success, Pastor Allen. The kids were so blessed. We played music for them. We gave them toys and food and all kinds of stuff, and it just felt really good. Yeah, honey?
It was beautiful, and there's a saying, it's better to give than to receive. And, when I was younger, I didn't really understand that saying, but now that we're here, the church is here, it really is better to give than to receive. The givers were so blessed, and just the fulfillment of this purpose and this vision for our community and what we see was so beautiful.
Christmas is all about the birth of and celebration of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It's the birth of a Yesu culture, a culture of kindness, a culture of lokahi and laulima, a culture of olu olu or ohana, a culture of ha'a ha'a. Really, it's God pulling humility and civility back in humanity. So as we gather this Christmas, we want to wish all of you a very blessed Merry Christmas. And Kalu, we love you. God bless. Ahuiho.
what this is about. On the west side, we take care of each other, and the community really takes care of each other. And the response and the joy that you feel on this day, it's just so wonderful. This is how it should be the rest of the state.
The fact that we've come through this has taught us a lot about ourselves and community and the resilience and the spirit of our people. So now is the time to be joyous, and now is the time more than ever to have gratitude in our hearts for all that we've been through, and yet all that we have. As mayor, I wanted to say to all the people in our city and county who really, to the world, if you will, Merry Christmas. I hope everything is going to be joyous and magical. Let's just have a great holiday.
So that was our Operation Blue Light Christmas on December 10th. We're going to have it on December 9th. We'd love your support and a letter from the chair supporting this so we can put a permit from the city. But more importantly, we need your help. We can't do it alone, cleaning up these homes. So we need your leadership and also help us to shut down these illegal activities so we can create a safer community for a keiki and a kupuna. So I did this in 8 minutes, got 2 minutes left on my clock. Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Betty. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you, Pastor Alan Cardenas. Love your energy. And, and I wanted to thank Juan Garcia because he comes out to our community and participate with us truly, on the blue lights. I call it the blue light special, but thanks Juan for coming out and supporting the Nanakuli community and Nanikapono Protestant Church. With that being said, you covered just about everything, Pastor. I mean, the initiative and the steps that you're taking to bring the community together. The Christmas on the Avenue, we brought that back after 25 years. We used to have that, it stopped. And so with Pastor and a whole new beneficiary homesteaders got together and said, hey, we need something positive back in Nanakuli, bringing the community together, And so Christmas on the Avenue was such a success. I think it brought out over 10,000 people. We were honored to have the Lieutenant Governor and elected officials to also participate. And so we look forward to having the relationship with Department of Hawaiian Homes and invite the department and your staff to also come out and see what other beneficiaries and what they can do in their community. But let's go back to the illegal activities that's happening surrounding Nanakuli. And that's very painful for our community. For 18 years, we had to deal with the Kealana activity there. And so we continue to try to move forward with the community, but it's painful when you see people do illegal activities on Hawaiian Homes and then you live next to them and it just goes on and on and on, and it's just not safe for our kupunas and our keikis. They just can't come out freely. I think we did take the step of forming strong neighborhood security watches. And so now with that step, Chairman, your administration, we're pleading that we have done our part, but we need the department to also do their part for us in our communities because we can't do it alone. We can't. We want to live in our community, in our homesteads, safe and happy with our kupuna, be able to walk to our church, and be able to have great positive activities. But we still have this big scorn in our community. So, thank you, Pastor, always, Manli, for being on the virtual and bringing these very important concerns to the department and to our colleagues that we really do need the help and support. And so I appreciate you, Pastor Alan Cardenas, and your leadership of bringing us all together, working together, and you said to be kind and smile and live with joy. So thank you so much, Pastor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo. Mahalo nui, Pastor.
Mahalo. In closing, Chair and Commission, I thank you for all that you guys are doing. I look forward to working with you folks together. We can't do it alone, but together we're better. Together we can work to find positive, productive solutions to painful, impossible situations on homesteads from Kauai to Ka'u, from Hanale to Hilo, starting at Nanakuli. So thanks you guys, mahalo. Hello. And Operation Blue Light Christmas is a wonderful time for all of us to come together. bury the hatchet that happened throughout the year, politically, relationally, and police and multi-government agencies and the community to come together, put unity in community and celebrate the Christmas season. So, which is the real spirit of aloha. Until we meet again, malama pono uiho, mahalo. Thank you.
Ahui ho, Pastor. Mahalo.
All right, aloha.
Okay, members, that's the end of our J agenda, as the other testifiers are not connected with us. We had decided earlier, members, to go into executive session to discuss 3 items, the 2 agenda items, and then there was one more that had been brought up in the course of our discussion. So I'll entertain a motion to move into executive session.
So move.
Okay, moved by Neves, seconded by Awo. The commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 Hawaii Revised Statutes, a Sunshine Law, to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. And members, without objection, we will convene an executive session.
So move.
Moved by Taruga, seconded by Freitas. Thank you. So without objection, the commission is adjourned until
February.
February 21st at 9:30 a.m. here at Kapolei. Thank you.
Thank you.